Hello and welcome back to the Block Plays Laysara, Summit Kingdom campaign. We have progressed up to Mission 7. No green zones, no rivers, no avalanches at least. Crystals, rock, and gold. Let's go. What's this? A volcano, just great. An extinct volcano, we're safe. Maybe, but there's no humidity whatsoever. No fertile land, no rivers. We'll manage. Okay, 50 lowlanders, and what do we got? This is a nice big flat space. It's a mediumly big flat space. And then we've got a series of somewhat mediumly sized plateaus. Mediumly big plateaus. That's probably Monk. Yeah. But no lowland. Well, first step is come over here, right? And this was clearly a river at one stage. It's just not a river now. Alright. Let's plop down one of every type and see what people want on this map. Lowlanders want bread, fish, and cheese, and butter tea at a high level, as well as utensils and perfume, mandala, and incense. Gong, but not decorations, and not praying place. Artisans want bread, honey, fish, and smoked meat at a high level. That's a fair few high-level foods. Textile, butter lamp, ornament, and perfume. This is probably going to be the ornament map. Ornament and gold minting is my prediction. It's been 10,000 years. I am, after all, intensely old man. Tens of thousands of years pass and, oh, you know, just nice weather we're having this millennium. Incense, Yak Guardian. They don't want races much. They only want races a little bit. Big Yak Guardian is good. And the monks want wall, up high, praying place, somewhat. Utensils, fish, bread. Fish seems to be wanted by everyone at a high level, which is obnoxious considering that we don't have fish here. So presumably halfway through this level we're going to go to another place and then sell fish to here. Is also a prediction then. Everyone wants high amounts of bread. And 2 want high level of utensil. 2 want high level bees. Yeah, I predict the fish will go elsewhere. So he's a time traveler, why not SA? Medium zone. Medium zone at least means that the honey that everyone wants is good to produce. We're actually somewhat motivated to put people here, food in the middle. other zone of people there. Or else food here and yeet into both areas. I think we go sort of vaguely there. Try and get the food in the middle. Now this zone is obviously going to be our lowlanders, right? The difference between flying a plane and building a plane. We should start with lowlanders. Boom, 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 boom. Enough of you to run attack center. Build attack center. Enough of these to set up food production. Some inefficient yak. Despicable Sydney. Sydney. Canberra's actually fairly highly gridded. Central tramway. I don't mind Canberra. I like its mix of low and high density. You'll have fairly high-risey building, and then next to it, empty, vacant, big grassy block, which I think is a better mix than purely big tall building. Not a fan of endless big tall building. We want food for you. These guys mostly want fish, bread, cheese. They also want an enlightenment already. So let's just do bread. Big bread here. Yakutatations? Is it meant to be like salutations but yak? In any case, g'day g'day super cheese. Alright. We need to keep that free so that we can cross to the other side, otherwise this is going to be big bread. Sadly, we're in medium zone, so bread doesn't produce exactly super efficiently. That looks like a good deal to start with. Almost fits in there. It does, however, let a eating post live there very happily. Beautiful. Now we need you to get down to here. But we can't do that till tech level 1. Temporarily allow that to be closer. Or just have a second one because we know we're going to. So this one is set up for eventually. Let time pass and we'll set up a temporary one that we then, once we've got Tech 1, move to supply the other zone, I guess. Because these guys also want bread. In fact, everyone wants bread. It's time to yak and roll. Yakety yak. You head up there as well. But be turned off. Well, actually no. You can be part of this temporary one. So, as long as you are in range of the food distributor, we're happy. Done. Bread for everyone. Next, cheese, you say? Yeah, they do want cheese at a pretty high rate. This is ideal for making lots of textiles. The lowland, they kind of want textiles. You big want textiles, which is nice. And the monks also low on textiles. Say we even leave enough room here for 2 more of those. Maybe even 3. Then from here can become cheese. Which means that. But for the moment, it needs to be closer to here. Or we could just push for Tech 1 already. Yeah, I think I'm okay with pushing for Tech 1 already. So, where are we going to put all our artisans? If this is basic people and this is food, that should probably be artisans. Or else that should be artisans. And then that should be monks. It does mean that some of this food has to go a little bit further that way. But this space is maybe just not quite big enough. I can run industries there. Well, that space is also not quite big enough. Maybe we put both kind of people here and we have the other stuff off to the sides. Yeah, actually maybe. Maybe we put all of this off to the sides. Although I kind of want to leave space to process the crystal stuff here. Yeah, no, that should leave space for the crystal stuff. Your monk. You don't want to split up your people more than that because it becomes painful to move the food around. Those areas are gold. There's a little bit of argument that this should be meat and stuff. Salt here. But I think I'd just rather yeet the salt and then process it elsewhere. Kind of like that space. This is basic peasant, and then that is advanced people. And sort of this space is maybe food. Unfortunately, it means you're in the way. So no, we need the monks now for Tech 1. Okay, monk space. Alright. Not enough lowlanders. All must become cheese? Either we make you a second bread, or we start actually giving you the cheese that we supposedly want. I'd rather just keep one kind of food for the moment. It does make things administratively a lot simpler. Dealt with. Nutritionally, at least they're hitting their protein goals. Okay, that's enough normal people for the moment. Monk. Enough of you to set up a academy. I actually kind of like the look of academy there. Yeah, I like academy there. We need a tax office here, which means we need slightly more temporary artisans. Money's fine. We just increased our donations massively. And ta-da, we introduced Tech 1. The monks are happy with just being up high. They're not going to complain yet. Tech 1 gives us the ability for Yeeting Station. Let money replenish. Gosh, that looks so good for putting big grain there, although it would be hard to move. Speed up. Tax, come in. Tax, 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 tax. Alright. Need to make a commitment about where are we building the artisans. Do I do here even though it's small? I kind of like them still here. Even if it makes getting food in a bit troublesome for the peasants. So... enough to run a Yeeting Station. Bread is going to move out to here. Yeah. One, two, three, four, five, six. 1, 2, 3, 4. We need 2 more. 5, 6. That's kind of okay. Okay, all into that. You feed these. That's the wrong thing, it's the hay. Fine. Some of these are feeding directly, which I don't want them to do. That's good. Now we can feed you. Beautiful. Eating station. Food. Done. Please give us slightly more artisans, they say. But at least they're happy with the amount of bread. By 3. I actually like these being over with you for the moment. Now, the thought was to have that bread, but now that this is becoming food and artisan space, about there. Down and then back up. Down and then back up. Okay. That also helps minimize some of the eating distance. Lovely. Now we need more of them, but that's easy to do. They need their own tax office. Which then says even more of them. That's slightly awkward. No, we might just do it like that then. What's your issue now? Need more bread. How far away? Because we could chain it to here with these. I don't want to. No, let's just give them more people. Alright. That says one more bread, please. Can go there. Can also go there. I guess one more. Yeah, that seems okay. So, wheat. Wheat, hay, wheat, hay, wheat, hay, wheat, hay. This one wheat, hay, wheat. Hello. Go to the last and new bread maker. The bread maker goes to there, and now we have excess bread again. Now our issue is not enough yaks, because the new bakery needs more yak-powered hamster wheel. And then we need more normal workers, but that's easy. We have space over here. And here. And here. And here. And here. Sit back, let tax roll in. You escaping the taxman isn't acceptable. Neither is you. .3 kilojaks per secondine. Okay, money replenishes. Then cheese time. Then cheese time. This space being wasted isn't great. Can I convince you to go there? Yes. Nope, that one's too far away. Fair enough. This might be the cheese zone. As much as I kind of had marked that. Well, we could always do more. We're always going to need more bread, right? Well, actually, maybe not. Once we start making other foods, our bread dependency will decrease. Let's move our yaks temporarily over here. Go back to one cheese thing here. So yeah, especially because it doesn't fit another there. If it fit 5 there, I'd be slightly more interested. Alright. So that means we want to do cheese here. That means you. No. I don't want to do this until we can do efficient yaks. No. Uses too many yaks. That means we need this to get up to level 2. So we need another one of these, which means we need a whole bunch more monks. Not that many more monks, but some more monks. Do we just shove second one of these? I'm more inclined to do somewhere like there. Yeah, once we've upgraded the roads, that probably reaches everywhere. Okay, but huge amount of monk use for that. We need more people. You're out of range of the food thing. Sure. Beautiful. Monk deficit dealt with. Tech level 2. Now they probably start complaining. Wah, wah, you haven't boxed us in. Yeah. So box us in or give us bread. We have apparently precisely the amount of bread we're supposed to have. We have barley just enough. Turn these on. Which lets us do you, which lets us do you, which then lets us do... Wait, really? No, I need that to be a higher preference than... Then I accept you, and then last priority is that. Yeah. And once again we have precisely the right amount of everything. Except that now you get to eat bread. Okay. Tech 2. What did Tech 2 give us that I cared about? Tech 2 gave us efficient yak building. Compact yak breeder. Here is where all our hay is, so I should do it here. $60 hay. It's like 15 of these. Some of you could go like that. That should obviously be one of those. I need to fit 2 more of these, ideally. I mean, there's one. There's 2. I think that can work. Now, we don't need all of these to be running at the same time yet. And actually, you don't reach as far as we need for all of these. You actually reach relatively few of them. So really, this should be these. Something like that. That really makes us want to squeeze one more in, but we're not going to squeeze the rest of those in, I don't think, now. Well, maybe we will. Maybe that's not as bad as I think. How do I Tetris you in? There? But then you don't have a road. So I didn't mean to do that. Ah! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now the only question is, can we get that to work? Well, we can get the hay to everywhere. No. You can't touch any of these. You're one square off. We could give you a tiny amount of better road. You would do this one. You would do this one. Who does you? No, the range just isn't enough. So I think we have to give up on one of these. Should be that one. That also means that one. But then some of these could swap. Like, 2 of those could go here. I'd need to move the roads over one. Nine. Mine just really wants those there. But I don't think I can get away with one fewer road. Do you fit here? Yes, but awkwardly. Alright. Let's just see how that is. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We're one short. If only this could go vertically, instead of horizontally, everything would work. But I just can't do it. Yeah, just can't be done. We have to live with it being one less. So 8. Means these two are kind of surplus to needs here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And I don't know what that space is for in the future. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. More yaks than we could possibly ever want. Turn off all the excess. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then turn off our temporary yaks. Beautiful. Massive yak future-proofing project complete. And it's all running off of the excess from our food anyway. Just a sec, Doggo is moaning at the door.
Yeah.
Doggo dealt with. Money has reaccumulated mostly in my absence. Next, the cheese goal, which was going to be here. Well, let a bit more money accrue. Money, 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 money. Go. I don't really have the workers to run the cheese goal. So we need, ideally, these guys to level up. Gong? Gong, egg, No, they need the cheese to level up, so it's a bit of a chicken and egg. We probably make a couple more of you. Because we will need more yeeting. And that's just enough that we don't have bread anymore? Fine, one less. Done. Temporary... Temporary food? While we set up our bread? Or while we set up the cheese, sorry. Alright. So we could have more of you now. There are more in range of attacks there. And there. And there. And there. And that is about the limit of our tax and food range overlap. One more there. Okay. Hopefully that is enough workers for the new cheese goal. So, one side wants to be textiles, the middle wants to be the middle, the yak shacks, and the other side wants to be the cheese. Really? Again, right away, dog? Alright. Apparently she didn't want to go out for very long. Here. You. So we want you in the middle. Something like there. Yak deficiency. The Yak Shack is a little old place where turn on the next yak, turn on the next yak breeder. There we go. Deficiency solved. Where this... That side will be weaving, this side will be cheese. Done. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeeting station. One. Wait, what? You can't reach there. Okay, eating station needs to be a little more in the middle. Can do. Done. Cheese. Cheese. We don't need this many cheese production by about 3. 1, 2. Let's just do 2 for the moment. Minimize it by 2. And that probably means now we don't need as much grain. We certainly don't need as much honey. Yeah. One of these could turn off entirely. Which means a whole set of these could turn off entirely. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Beautiful. We get a bunch of workforce back, we let our money recover from that, and we accept that we've completed the first part of the mission at last. We use alternative food sources. I'm sure we'll be getting by. Don't monks have to come up with them first because of all this always learn from scratch nonsense? Thanks to the Summit Temple, part of our knowledge is available everywhere. Ooh, new mechanic! Summit Temples grant research bonuses across the whole kingdom. You have control over the value of this bonus on any mountain. Okay, so we can use this to temporarily pulse up and down, is what I'm seeing. I must admit, having the temple is somewhat useful. That's an understatement. But here we get an even more magnificent one. Hold your horses. I'm still hungry. Provide artisans with honey. More and more like that should just become a eating station, and we should just build a lot of honey here. We still have a surplus. Our food diversity has paid off. We don't actually need that much honey. Boom. Hey, did you see that? I saw movement at the foot of the mountain. You can't really see anything because of the mist. It's probably just a pig. Something's there, I tell you. It doesn't matter what's below. We need to get up, above. Let's build a monk settlement. Have 12 monk dorms at level 2. So make these guys level up. Well, we're rich enough that we can afford to box them in now. How much more space do we give you? I could make a second food distributor and have just one big zone. Let's make it as big as plausible for the moment. Can always shrink it down later. That makes most of them spectacularly happy. But then we need more bread again. Or we need to give you the other kinds of food. Honey would go best. One more honey. With so many resource deposits available, we should start mining. Ooh, who the hell are you? Mining? Did someone say mining? Who are you? I'm a miner. I live at the base of the volcano with my clan. I told you I saw someone. He still looks like a boar. Nice to meet you. What do you do? We mine. Oh yes, that does make sense. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I want to remind you that we have tons of precious knowledge gathered in here. We must defend it from falling into the wrong hands. Box in the monks, already done. I think we should befriend them. And for what? They're a local. They might have useful information about the mountain. And his clan might be suffering. Hey, how do you deal with a toxic mist? Mist? Didn't notice. We don't come out of the mines all that often. But it's wreaking havoc upon organic life. Working in the mines is dangerous. We don't live long enough to suffer from respiratory diseases. Stop wasting time. We have our own affairs to be dealing with. Have 50 houses at level 2. So level up either our lowlanders or our artisans to match our monks. Also giving you cheese would help. But only the littlest bit. So, what do you want? You want textiles a lot. Well, we've already set up this. We're two parts of the way along to giving you those textiles. We would just need these. Whoops. One more. And then a yeeting station. Except the yeeting station should be in the middle. So now you, and you. And then all of you feed into that. And then we need an Amazon distribution center. And then we give that Amazon distribution center. And then all of these get to level up. And we hope that we have enough textile. Okay, 2 of them don't. The Amazon distribution center doesn't quite reach there. What if we... boop. And... still no? It's a tiny amount off. What if I allowed fancy-ish road around the central hub? Still no. By 1 square... which also means the tax office man now gets slightly further. Lovely. Transport route invalid. Are you saying that because this can't send to you? Yes. Okay, 50 level 2 houses. I have a question for you. Since you managed to get on the volcano, why aren't you mining the gold? Oh my gosh, he's right! And the brightest of us all. We should start mining immediately, but we don't have the tech for it. Oh, I'm sure our monks can figure it out. Maybe we can. Get to level 4. Can I... no, I can't level 2 up without that. So we would need 1 more of these, or else the basic... the first of the others. I would honestly say we have so many spare monks that just another one of these is the lazier solution. That, and then pulse up with our temple-based one. Slightly more honey. And have you found a way to mine gold? Yes, it's quite easy. You build a mine over it, and that's it. Perfect! What are we waiting for? Why do you want to mine the gold so much? Oh, is it that obvious? To start minting money. Okay, get over here, they say, which is many, many, many bridges away. Wait, what? Oh, that gets up even higher. I didn't notice there was a high ground. But what I actually want is bridge, which means we need road. Then we want to go down, which means we want road. And then we want a bridge across here. And then a road. And then we want a bridge across here. And then a road. And finally, we want a double set of stairs. Up. Up. Okay. Gold mine. Gold mine. Something like that. Need 3 more normal workers, you say. Mint. Mint uses 2 gold. The gold mine produces 4. We need more yaks. We're going to want, like, 2 more yaks turned on. So... 1. 2. We need more normal workers. If we've extended basic road conditions to the artisans, we should do the same to you around the hub, which then means that we can fit slightly more people. But other than that, we're kind of done. So we want to level you up now. The easiest thing would be gong. There looks like an obvious place. Gong with the wind. I'm surprised the amount of food we need, there we go, hasn't increased. And now the amount of cheese we need has increased. Turn back on the 2 cheeses. No, it needs to be there. And then probably like here. Actually, no, that doesn't do what I need. That does better. Do we even do World War I fire in houses? Sorry, I don't understand. Okay, that's most everywhere except here. I guess I blow up one of you for one more. You're out of the food range, so you're not acceptable. What's your problem? That gong doesn't reach you. Unimaginable. That's ludicrous. How does that gong not reach you from there? Okay. Wi-Fi upgrade looks like... Yeah, the upgrader house symbol kind of does look like waves. It looks like a waves symbol. Alright. Many, 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 many lowlanders. But that has left these short of bread and honey. And there is no more space for honey here. But you could go here. We can fit a bit more honey. Is that enough, or are you still short on honey? You are still short by about one honey. Perfect honey balance. Now we're only short on bread. We turn you and your powdering grain back on. Perfect. We even have a teeny tiny surplus. Let money come in. Let money come in and time pass. Come over here and see if we can set up those minting things. So, redistribution thing. Gold goes to you instead of here. And then each one of this, we've got 4 and 4 is 8. 8 runs 4 of this. That needs more yaks. We go turn on a couple more yaks. One. 2. It's so nice having this future-proofing already done where I just come back and turn something on when we need it. Boom. It's perfect. You're my new best friend. Please, keep a safe distance. Oh, look who's here again. Hello there. I've come for another inspection. It was a long road and I almost ran out of lavender soap. Who is this barbarian? Me? Me? How can you associate with this rabble? My nose hurts after 2 seconds in his proximity. We value our skin microbiome. He talks too much. The High Council will hear about this. And she's gone. There'll be trouble. No better thing than some butter tea after an emotional breakout. Get 500 citizens butter tea. We need slightly more artisans. Well, this and this can allow some more housing there. Done. In fact, one more would work. And one more there. And then around the back side of there. Although they're starting to get out of range of the Amazon distribution center, so that one should probably be a gong or something. Yeah, that should be a gong. Alright. But mostly they just want more goods. They're very materialistic, the artisans. They would like butter lamps, perfume, and ornaments. And a tiny amount of accessible, like, yak racing is okay. If we did one of these things in yak racing, so I don't have to provide as many goods... Honestly, the yak racing there looks quite nice. Ever yaksking? No, doesn't quite work. Or there? Probably there. We lose you. Yak race. Fancy road. Almost gets far enough. Fancy road. Fancy road. One square off. So we're gonna have to proper fancy road up the central square. Now it gets everywhere. Okay. Then, gong, one of ornaments and butter lamps, and like fish or meat, and they're happy. We do, however, need to turn on even more yaks to run the yak racing. And that means we no longer have back supply of yaks. We've now exhausted that. I think I just worked out how to do that. That would be to put this here. Yeah. And then you could power that. You can power that one. You can power that one. Then we could have fit stuff here. We could have fit these here. Because technically this bread only needs to be in range of that. We still have tons of excess hay. I guess the limit is however far you can reach. Which kind of says move this over one. But we definitely don't need all of these at the moment, so 1, 2, 3... 1, 2, 3... Like, we have a yak surplus at the moment. Okay, let money reaccumulate. We're actually slightly out of honey. You're using a lot of workers to move this honey. Maybe we should centralize it to here instead. We only need 3 more yak things based off of that. It might make sense to rationalize that honey to here, where it's in the middle of... You eat 12, you eat 13. No, it's actually closest to the one that eats the most. That is the most sensible, I think. Okay, money's come in, butter tea. You a little bit want textiles, you a little bit want textiles. I don't know that a little bit is enough to justify wanting to set up more. Let's look at the butter tea chain. We can only import copper. But we haven't exported copper yet? That I remember? I remember exporting cheese. Oh! Oh, and there's another new thing. A yak post. Only a monk's resolve and inspiration can convince yaks to move heavy resources across a whole mountain. 15 monks instead of 8 artisans. A single yak carries a load of 3 cart carriers. How big are you? You're slightly bigger than the eating station. But I kind of just want to try you out, because we've not used you before. That one's using a fair bit. 37. I wonder why they didn't tutorialize that new thing. doesn't conveniently fit. Let's see what we can do. So before it needed 50 of them. And if we replace you with one of the monk ones... Yeah, that looks better. Shove you in the corner. Okay. So before that needed 50 artisans. But if we move it by yak... it needs almost nothing. Just 3 yaks per... Okay, no, that one needed more than 3. That one needed 3. That one needed 6 or 3 more. And then this one needed 7. Maybe because it's a medium distance? Apparently it needed 4, but it's just rounding in a weird way. And that one needed 10. But it needs yaks, not people. And honestly, people are a lot more valuable. Like, it's relatively easy to make dense extra yaks. It's very hard to make dense extra people. That probably means I should move the grain that way as well, then. It does need some monks. Monks and yaks instead of a silly number of artisans. Which says that we should upgrade these guys. But in any case, we provided the extra workers that will let us do the butter tea. We're questioning how we do the butter tea when we can't have copper. So we look at a trading post. And the trading post doesn't do copper. Yeah, how do you expect me to do this game? Maybe I'm meant to go back to one of these and trade copper? So maybe I need to make a summit temple here to reveal that so that we can get copper? Can we do that? No. I am baffled how they want us to do this. And Bloboozled, yes. Can I go back to here? Save? Maybe we do that? And then that will put us in the menu where we can pick which one we're at? No? Do I deactivate this and something else lets me move? Ah, that disables those, which is true. Yeah, I don't get it. If I were a cat, my mouse would be fascinating. Provide more people with access to scholarship. Okay, they're grumpy that these guys are out of range. I can just move them. We can fancy up this and this. And we can squeeze in one more house here. We can fancy up that bit of road. And we could fancy up that bit of road. Oh, I was looking at the wrong one. Butter lamps, not butter tea. Okay, there we go. I am an idiot, not the game. Good. Turn our tech back on, which turns those back on. We need one more tech level is the answer. Do I want to do that via monks? Monks say give me incense or a mandala and a praying space. That fits a mandala surprisingly well there. Okay, and then a praying space. And those two are obvious locations for praying spaces. There as well. Boost up that road. Boost up that road. Even more boost up that little bit of road. Even more boost up a little bit more of that road. There we go. Okay, more food you say, which... No, I'd rather you just not exist, is the answer. And you don't reach there, you cannot exist. And it's only the tiniest deficit, and so no one really cares. Alright, that increased our monk numbers. With the increased monk numbers, butter tea. Is that enough monks to run one more of these? We would need one more house. There, but now we really do have at least a honey shortage. And in theory this as well. Which kind of says we need another grain. I was trying to reserve this space for these. 1, 2, maybe the third one like here. So like a grain there maybe? We have enough to almost run one extra. Yeah, we've got enough to almost run one extra of those. You feed that. That feeds you. Missing grain solved. One more bee. I should probably move all of this around a bit further. Something like that. No, that doesn't really fit there terribly well. No, I prefer you back where you were. Well then, maybe we just make a little bit of semi-local honey. Rather than having 100% centralized. They're less effective there. I want them here-ish. How much more do we need? We only need like one more. Well then, for the moment, I'm going to be lazy and do that. That solves it. We can turn you off. We don't need you. We've worked out what I was misunderstanding. And that's enough spare monks that we could do our tech with brute force this, rather than correctly teching up. Yes, now we can do butter tea. We need salt, butter. And herbs. Herbs grow everywhere equally. It's most reasonable to yeet the salt. The butter gets produced most effectively on low ground, not high. It should be near the salt. The salt is here. So maybe butter here, comes up to here, gets salt. Comes back down. Okay. Salt mine, go. Herbalist, go. That's way more salt than we need for that. How many of these will we need? I don't know yet. Let's assume at least 2. So you feed that. We say at least 2 of these. You feed each of those. Okay. You can get split. You to there, and then those to there. Done. Now it's just the butter. The butter we were going to do here. 4. Eating station. We need the middle step. It's my bad. Cancel that, you now feed here. Cancel that, you now feed here. Cancel that, you now feed nothing because you don't currently have a road. You now feed here. And I guess we do one more because it matches. Then they'll feed into you and you feed upstairs. Okay. Butter tea is made. It needs to get delivered. Who deserves it? Who likes it most? You like it too. You only like it 1. You like it too. So it should go to the commoners and the monks. Let's do the commoners first. That is a really intensive... We probably replace that with a yak one. Alright, we need more food. We should establish a colony. Can we use the services of the tradeswoman here too? You sure can. Wherever there's a chance to make a profit, I'll be there. What's going on in these mountains? Everyone hears everything. We'll gladly have your help again. We can export painted cedar to make reaching higher research levels easier. Sell 6 painted cedar. I'd actually kind of rather give this to the monks at the moment. So we're going to stop that. I'm going to give it to them instead. And then that pays for... This is a bit weird, but this pays for... Instead... using monks to transport this. We wouldn't mind a bridge here and moving it the quite happier way. We'd need one of these to change, or we could exit out here. Sure, that'll do. Yeah, that doesn't need very much that way. But we've gone back into yak deficiency. You need one more thing, and it is supposed to be education, which says that this isn't reaching you. So we boost up that road and we get a little more education reaching you. That's so many crappy education things. And then we wanted to squeeze in 3 more of these. How's it going? It's going alright, Copperhead. I should maybe logicize moving you via... We're having a yaktastic time. There's just 3 more. It's so close. Could I move these 2 up there? Yes. Then this fits the yak things that... Okay. Then that one should go here, and that one should go here. And then we can create our copies of you. You get fed from here. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And we are actually perfectly using all the hay. We could stand to have a little more wheat for a little more grain, but actually now we have a slight surplus of grain, so we don't actually need that. Possibly because the people eating butter tea have diversified away their food needs. And now we want painted cedar. Painted cedar works best on high ground, but we only want to trade it, not use it. So... I'm kind of okay with, like, doing it here. Yeah. Normally you'd want to do it right next to your monks. But in this case... I think we can justify doing it over here. So, painted cedar. And how much should we sell? It wants us to do 6, but we can probably make our life easier by doing multiples of... Okay, 6 is the correct amount, because it gives you a monastery in the future. But then maybe we do 12? Yeah, I think maybe we try and do 12. But 12 is going to use more monks than we have. So we come back to our monks and we look, can we level you up anymore? You would need kitchen utensils, which we can't do. Butter lamps, that we also can't do because there's no copper. Incense and scholarship. Well, I can't give you scholarship. We could give you a yak guardian. That is doable. There is pretty nice for a yak guardian. There is even nicer. Yeah, I like there even more. We kind of need a road here. And that could be a gong. Although you don't actually like gongs. You don't mind decorations. And you wouldn't mind textiles. But the Yak Guardian is reaching basically everyone. Come on. Get that last house. There we go. Now it gets essentially everyone. These guys would like a praying spot. That doesn't actually do anything. It kind of wants to be here. Yeah. I think you are sacrificed to the praying spot gods. And that also lets us set up a road that allows for the butter tea to be delivered more sensibly. And possibly for some housing there. I'm willing to allow that fancy road. Not really more than that. So your problem is that the food doesn't reach you. Try the medium road. Yeah. That's getting really expensive. Okay, there. Food gets to all of those. Which also means the other side of that could, yeah, have them. Which means we need to move the wall out one. Expensive. But that is a lot more population. The food still doesn't get to you. Okay. So what doesn't get to you that does get to them? The Yak Guardian. I mean, you being in here isn't really necessary. You could be anywhere else and you'd still be doing the same for us as what you're doing here. So, stop occupying this high value space. Come somewhere where your stupidity doesn't get in the way. There. That then means we could move this over one. And have a road that will give you your Yak Guardian access. Problem, you no longer have enough food again. Specifically bread. So we turn you back on. Bread shortage dealt with. That gets you your food. Alright, unpause. Oh, sorry, yeah, unpause. A couple of people are escaping the tax man, but very, very few all up. And that's given us a huge number of monks. We're no longer, like, using conceptually 40 monks to do this next thing. We've got 190 of them, which are more than we'll ever need. So this. We said we wanted 3 cedar painters, which then needs 3 cedar groves. One, beautiful. Each one of you needs a crushed rock thingamajig, which is not the farthest distance away. No, it still makes more sense to move that than it does move the other stuff. We need a crushinator. Don't I need the cedar spot for the gold later? No, the gold is up high. The gold is already done. We're mining all the gold. There's a little bit of gold here. But there's plenty of space there. Considering that one of you is just these two and that. That's like that little corner of this space. The rest of this is fine. You were just noticing? Yeah, there's plenty of space. Don't stress, you're trying to be helpful. So you go to here. We need 1 herbalist. Go. And we need to move that crushed rock. Four isn't enough, so we actually do have to do this more rationally. Which is to say, split you into 2. We need another copy of you. You missed the expansion. We have buffed this out a bit by rearranging slightly, giving somewhat nicer roads, giving a yak temple, and some rearrangement of minor shriny stuff. They're getting close to being the next level if I was willing to give them potentially the textiles and decorations. We do have some textile capacity here, but that would also mean giving them a... Currently they're very monastic in that they have no worldly goods, right? Everything is just food or education. They're finally saying in order to become super top level, we need some worldly goods. And that would mean finding a way to fit the Amazon distribution center in here. Probably that there. Eat 2 houses to be able to distribute to everywhere else. We could do this. We could... These 4 are enough for 4 more textiles. Which is to say, those. And then those need to centralize inside one of these. And then you can move them to the soon-to-be Amazon distribution center. So... that's probably going to be really spicy cost. Yes, that's left us on almost 20 negative of those. But it has given all of them textiles. So now for many of them, the only thing they would need is decoration. Have some beautiful fountains. But now they need more bees and more bread and more butter tea. We have the salt for more butter tea. I kind of need that road to be 1 bigger. We need another one of you. Okay. And then we need the salt. And then we need more butter. How much more butter tea do you actually need? Very, very little. We actually don't need the second one of these. Turn you off. Push you into that. 6 out of 9 is not a perfect amount, but it's enough for this. We need 1 more bee. Which is just 1 more bee for you, so you stop consuming as much. It's a pity that that one doesn't... That is potential housing space. It's so close to working. But no, I think we rationalize that with some workers instead. Yeah, I know, you can't reach the town center anymore. But that can reach you. Which then means that the other one now had a surplus. Yeah, perfect. So now the only thing it's slightly short on is bread. And we're short on artisans from moving the extra stuff around. We could move this around with monks instead, as we have so many monks. Fine. That reduces our artisan shortage. Tell the monks to pick up their tea if they want it so much. The tea is delivered by monks. Monks on yaks, come grab the tea. It's the textiles that were being delivered by the rich people. Okay, so what else is missing for you? You need some prettiness. And there's space here for a prettiness fountain. That gets some of you. It says, give us slightly more wheat or start actually having real problems. I think that's enough monk maxing. It is also using a lot of yak up, and we have exhausted our yak here. Hey Pisces Freak, how's the Yaktation Nation? We're doing pretty well. Does the pretty fountain need road access? Doesn't it already? It's got road access at the top. Yeah, it's got road access at the top. This one has road access at the side. We could probably put like a topiary there to get the last of those, but... yeah, they do. They aren't aura either. Everything is road. I don't think there's anything that works disconnected from a road. Yeah, I don't think there's anything that works whilst disconnected from road. Kind of do want to level them up, even though we don't have the food for it. Probably erase like this one and put a topiary would be the answer. Or move this one slightly further away. These ones aren't going to be happy because they lack access to the scholarliness. Yeah. So there's probably no fixing this little corner down here. These ones are forever lost. We could get more here if we split the food up, but I don't need more monks. I'm not going to stop distracting me with more monks. Let time pass. You also have not enough bread. The bread has become a full problem. Well then, we give you slightly more here. You send that here and that here, which slightly increases how much is produced by this. I thought it was already on 6. Am I crazy? Maybe it was on 2. How much has that helped? Not enough is the answer. And the rest of these won't reach our little relay things. They don't have to. We could set up the rest in this corner. Just doing it without the relays. Right, like that. And that. One more. This is using a cataclysmic number of artisans, it says. We could replace this with a monk-based one. It has solved the food issue. Pretty much perfectly. But if it's telling me to use a more advanced one, I'm willing to listen. So, it goes from using 43 plus 8, so 50-something artisans, to using... "15 monks, 15 yaks." It is nice getting those artisans back, but we need some more yaks now. It's not that many. Actually, we could just turn on our temporary yaks. The inefficient ones. Although we could also make some more actually efficient ones with this. It's unpleasant without the redistribution center, because they only work at like 75% efficiency, so no. I'm going to be lazy and just use this for the moment. And then when we run out more seriously, we'll build a proper one again. Let money reaccrue. We could also build the other gold vein, which says we do need the other yaks. Fine. Where will we do them? Here? There's something to be said for doing it closer to these monks for bringing the food to them. I don't think it would fit very neatly here. Actually, maybe it would. Yeah, it would actually probably fit about somewhat neatly there. Fine. The only downside will be if we eventually need to do full-on give them painted setter here. But leave them the same level as the gems. There's no gems in this bit. The idea of doing it here would be that the food... The hay bit we use to do yaks and the food bit we use to give these guys the food rather than it yeeting from down there. That's beautiful. Road to you. 6 of you does 1 food. But do we want to rationalize? We need to at least rationalize the hay. Ah, 6 of you doesn't do 1 food when it's high ground. I forgot that they're extra efficient. Actually, that then doesn't need hay rationalizing. It needs the grain rationalizing. At this height, it's 1-to-1 for this. Two, 3, 4, 5. It all just barely works. 6. Food side. Works best there. 3, 4, 5, 6. That's half of one of you. You to there. You to there. Oh. Surplus. Surplus. Perfect. No more grain deficiency. We need these to become yaks. One, 2, 3, 4. Please say you reach 6. Everything just reaches. And now we have oversupply of yak, undersupply of yellow lander. Can we level these guys up? They're still on level 2. Well, the artisans are on 2 and the monks are on up to level 4. We've spoiled our monks. How do we make you happier? Yak Guardian and Mandala, you need at least one of these. And then you would need... Ideally, you need one food, so at least one of fish, which we can't do on this map. I don't know why it keeps begging for fish. There's no fish on this map. Unless we're going to trade it in from somewhere else. Eggs, which we can do. Butter tea would get double value. But it would consume an eye-watering amount of butter tea. I can only really increase that reasonably by... You could do a little bit more. I think we do some temporary ones while we work out... Chung, 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 chung. While we work out how we're going to upgrade the rest. We also could turn off some of this excess. It's not like we need all 70 excess, so... One... 2... 3... 4. That gives us back a whole bunch of our real workforce. So the idea would be even more butter. Which would probably just be another row of this. And then we might even have enough textiles spare that we could give them to the commoners. No, they don't want textiles. We could give them... No, we would just have spare textiles. No, that's not terrible either. 1, 2. Erase this road. The road is now wrong. Three, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wrong way round. You should do the higher up one. You should do the lower one. You should do the lower one. You should do the higher one. These all go to here. That now has enough that it can fully do this one. Which means we can turn you on. We send you the butter. It might honestly be... I don't know if it's cheaper to send it to a local redistributor, so let's test that. 23. 28. But I guess because that's doing one more, can I turn off the last one? 21. It's slightly cheaper, it seems. So that trades some artisans for some normal people. However, we do want that one. And then you need to feed here. And then that was going to become the common man. It says we're short by like 1. Which is a disaster. Can we diversify your food one more way? Yes. If we diversify your food into egg as well, then that solves that. So, a little bit here becomes egg harvest. Like a little bubble there. Chomp. You would eat eggs as well, right? No. Will the monks eat eggs? Yes. But the monks don't need eggs. Even the ones that don't have access... No, the ones that don't have their last thing is they need education, not eggs. So this is probably overkill for the eggs. We need to turn on 2 of the yaks. Get 1 more. Well, at this stage, why not turn them all on then? Our yak workforce is astronomical. There's no way you reach, so we just accept that it's this. That diversifies your food needs away enough that the butter tea is enough. You won't accept eggs. They would accept eggs, which would further mean we don't need as much butter tea, but it would need more artisans to transport. Or we could change this one to a yak one as well. I have the yaks and monks, I don't have the artisans. I guess that says yes to that idea. Okay. 6 butter tea surplus. $14 wheat surplus. We could in fact turn this one off entirely. Sure. But actually then it's more useful to turn you off, because you're only getting half, whereas you're getting a full. Yeah, you're the more efficient one to leave on. Do we not have a massive surplus of eggs? No! We only have 1 excess egg. These guys would also like butter tea. Is it sane? No, we only had a 6 excess. It's not sane to give them the butter tea. Everyone's already getting textiles that wants textiles. So now what do you need? You need education. And some of you say you aren't in range of the IKEA center there. Or the Amazon distribution. We kill 2 of you, we build another Amazon. You give to here, which that says we need more of them, but we can do more. We can do 4 of these. Done. That's enough textiles, enough blankets for the common man. And now they say basically just mandala. Or else yak temple and beer, or yak temple and fish, or yak temple and meat. But why not just give them mandala when mandala is 2? This now having such... Why do you feel... Oh, the honey is now massively in surplus because you are now diversified away into doing eggs and butter tea instead of basically only honey and bread. So we could get rid of some of these. Didn't I also give you some because we were running out at one stage? Yes. So these could go away and turn off. I think getting rid of these ones is more sensible because they're moving further. And I kind of want this space for a mandala. Like there. Actually, there looks good with needing to necessarily delete the eggs. Right. What's your issue? You say Amazon doesn't reach you. Then we give the town square fully upgraded road. We do one of these on the other side as well. Couldn't be so nice as to tell me how far it would go. That's most of them. The little loop down here is missed out on, but that's pretty good. Somehow that's increased our artisan demand. Presumably something is moving around by artisans now that wasn't before. Might be some more of this bread. Oh, also, you should be second preference. Or should you? No, you should be first preference. So this to you, turn off, send these. Now there's not enough. Are we better off sending to you? That costs 10, or are we better off sending to you? No, that only costs 7. But that gets us back a fair few of our artisans. Hail, Cal. Welcome, Cal. Welcome, Raiders. We are playing the Laysara full campaign. Oof. We are avoiding doing the goal because I'm getting distracted upgrading my peasants and merchant class and monks repeatedly rather than going and spending the monks that we just upgraded to We did the monks first to do the next goal. These guys would like a Yak Guardian and then one more good. Well, there's no way they're getting one more good, but I don't mind giving them a Yak Guardian. There you go. But you're not getting a good, so that's all you're getting. We do need slightly more of them, so make use of the slightly increased range from decking out the central square with fancier road. And now we go do the actual goal instead of being distracted. Which was partially happening here. We got partway through and we got distracted. So, you feed this. This feeds these two things. We need another one of those, the herbalists. Change which one feeds which one. You feed that one, and you feed that one. Now you need to deliver somewhere. You deliver here. That now needs to come over here and get inside that. That. And that. And is it worthwhile doing it this way, where it costs 13, or is it worthwhile using a splitter-upper? Yeah, it only costs 11. That saves us a little bit. And I've got more spare workers than artisans, so for the moment that's a trade I make. What are we getting wrong here? You're good, you're good, you're good. You feed. There is already transportation of this to this building, but it says you don't... Ah, we don't do enough. We need to do one more crushed rock. Alright. But that means we need another purple rock. So we need you, here, go, have a road. I need that to get to here. Except that artisan is okay for that. It's not a very long distance. You mean we need another this. That means we need another one of these, but not really, because we could combine these two in a local redistributor and then distribute them more efficiently. So you now go to here, you go to here, and then that sends to that one, and this one. It's at least more space efficient, and it's not really, it's more money efficient. It costs less to run an extra this than it does them. Yeah, it's more space and money efficient. You here, you need to get your crystals. You need to feed the end result into that. That moves it over here. That distributes it to all of these. This gives us 12, which we say we are selling. Turn you on. Sell at least 6 painted cedar. We're selling 12. And the only other thing to do would be to make this richer with gold before we leave. Do I really want to do that? I'd like to leave this without having a deficit. So we turn back on the crappy axe over here. Oh, pretty still on. We slightly expand the crappy axe. And I guess here. There. And then we need to slightly make more artisans. I'm not giving you another good. So it's just a question of where does this food reach? Nowhere extra. So instead we trade and we say, I don't need this many normal workers. I need slightly more artisans. We have no deficits and I feel good about ending the level. Caravans are on their way. You can buy back your painted cedar in any trading post. I don't want to think about the price. No time for complaining. Let's go and produce lots of food. Fishy business. Tons and tons of fertile land, perfect for farming, but without much else. Well, alright, there's also gold. Gold is nice. Mostly green zones. Rivers, some. Avalanches, none. Does have gold. Let's go. Ooh. Oh, look at it. So much fertile land. Producing food here will be a piece of cake. The hag actually cut our funding. We don't have any monetary assistance from the capital. Don't worry, we'll collect donations and make it work. So we have no base income anymore. We must start taxing basically immediately. Oh, I should have upped our tech level on the last level. Can we go back? Maybe. Let's see if we can go back and I can refund that excess tech level and spend some of our excess monks so that I get this back. So I can spend it on future levels. I definitely have the monks to do it the brute force way, which is just shoving down more academies. And I don't need the one from the Summit Temple. Training wheels off. Let's fix that artisan, which was deleting one. No. Why are we using slightly more artisans to do that? I don't know. I don't like you not having your food. So... this road doesn't need to be here. And it would be serviced by food then, so... done. Now finish the mission without absorbing the Summit Temple bonus. Blah 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 blah. See if we get the option for it back now. I hope yes. It might also be that you just spend it inside the level, but you can turn it on and off. No, it looks like you get it back if you refund it. Okay, good. So that means we can have level 1 straight away, which is useful because you can get access to the yeeting posts straight away. Now, let's have a look. We've got a lot of small zones. The gold ones are on a small ones. We've got a little bit of medium. But that's it. And the medium is all really far away from everything that you'd care about. Right? If you wanted to use this for efficient honey or something, it's going to be a long way for that food to move. Where are the stairs? The stairs are here. I'd rather come across to next to the fish. Okay. One of these should be... This should probably be... Well, the issue is then that you waste the food. And does anyone want baths? So let's just plop down one of everyone and look at what people want on this map, because it changes map to map. People want... The peasants want bread, fish, meat, baths, and tapestry. Not textile, the extra fancy tapestry. They also want incense at a high rate. And butter tea. The merchant class want honey and meat at a high rate. Beer, perfume, yak racing at a high rate is nice. Butter lamps and praying places. And the monks want fish, butter tea. Everyone wants bloody butter tea. Well, actually, no. You don't. These two want butter tea. Two want big fish. Only the peasants like big bread. The monks want high ground, which is never... well, yeah, there's no high ground to be shown. They do want to be boxed in. And they like yak guardians at level 2. And incense at level 2. Well, seeing as the monks are never going to be happy... The monks don't really want goods. Like, we can get by on a little textile and decoration for them, probably. The monks can probably go on the other side. This should probably be the make textile river. Because eventually making full-on textiles, the fancier one... Ooh, why aren't they shown here? Why isn't tapestry shown here yet? Are they in here? No, they're not shown here yet. Would need the river. Screw the monks. Lowlanders and artisans are the way. I mean, we can keep them very happy for a very long time just by putting them in a box. They also don't want baths, whereas the other two at least slightly want baths. I think bath, fishing, lowlanders. Bath, fishing, merchant class. Is that one cliff of high ground available? It's only medium. It's not even high. It's medium. It's yellow, not dark brown. So this zone is good for honey, and it's good for equal ratio yak, shack, butter, textile. Whereas on the low ground you get a lot more butter and a lot less wool. Okay, you don't mean high ground, you just mean higher ground in the more literal sense, not the mechanical sense. Sure. So... Is Bath a thing that we need tech for? No, we can learn about Bath right away. And there's no snow here, so we don't have to worry about that. Do we make this the farming bit, or down here the farming bit? I think down here is easy. Well, maybe even both. Yeah, maybe even both. So shove this in the middle. We don't actually want to run it at the moment. We do need a bridge. Food thing, which we want in line with this. Something like about there. Oh. Okay, road exists. Next, tax office. Tax office means more of you. That's enough to run a tax office. More lowlanders. Do I care about a road? Maybe, we'll see. Positive money balance. We've pulled it off! I can help you with your cash flow. Just sell me some sumper. Sell 12 sumper at a trading post. Well, I wanted down here to be grain. Or else here, but here is now sort of part of that, really, so... If we want a trading post, that's Tech 1. We can use our temporary bonusy thing. That will make people unhappy because they're hungry? Yes, so we don't do that. Turn that off. Please, before we go bankrupt. We're all okay again. We set up food for ourselves first, then. Just need some yaks. Sure. Inefficient yaks. That's the one. That's enough bread to start with. Okay, that's bread for everyone. However, the artisans don't want bread. This would stop monks from getting grumpy, but not artisans. Whoops. These demand baths. Actually, baths would stop you, so baths are fine. We shove you at this end, near this, and we turn this on. We build like 2 more of you, and the problem goes away. I don't have food. You don't care. The others aren't eating food anyway. There. Okay, let some time pass. Everyone has at least level 1 happy, right? Yeah, so we can tech up without killing ourselves this time. People aren't too fussy with their minimum needs. Tech 1 gives us enough for the trading post. We need some more yaks for the trading post. Done. We currently have no surplus. So we need some more normal people, some more lowlanders. That's enough to work a second bread thing, which in theory needs 1 more yak. This is the export food. Makes stuff all money. Alright, are we done here then? Of course not. We have to use this mountain to its full potential. We'll need lots of workers. Have 20 lowlander huts at level 2. Do you even need to exist? Only 10? It's kind of tempting to make this over here. Them over here already. You don't have food! Wah! I know. I know you don't have food. No? Ah, you don't have road access. That is more true. Sure, you have road access again. We have a deficit? Why? Oh, because the new baths cause a deficit. Sure, but that just means we make some more. And I suppose that means that they're not getting taxed as I move them, which is also true. So make enough to run another tax office. Come on. Speed up. Tax office go. Now I can rearrange this the way I actually want them. I don't want you turned on at the moment. They can starve. Damn it. One wrong. How's the game? It's a nice, relaxing game. And it's kind of cute. They have kind of funny, kind of cute, like, character storyline-y stuff for the advisors. Hundreds of starving people all paying tax. Too real-lifey? Yeah, just sit back and let money gather, I think, for a bit. Now, how do we make you extra happy? Well, in part it's by having your baths. Lovely. And we want 20? Let's assume that we do want that road. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, one too many, my bad. Are these not aligned? These aren't aligned, true. Okay, now we need slightly more bread. We have the workers to make more bread. I think we move this down one. To there, more accurately. There. You for power that, there, and there. What's going wrong? You can't touch that anymore. Well, step back one. Step back one more. You do that now instead. Yeah, there we go. We trade even more. Resource selling price lowered. Global demand is too low. You are saturating the market with your cheap grain. How dare you? Okay, that works. It's all in range of the bath, it's all in range of... Actually, these should have moved. Yeah, they can exist where the Amazon distribution center is eventually going to be. Done. Okay. Next thing, I guess get to Tech 2. You're sufficiently happy for Tech 2. You aren't. You would need food for Tech 2. You didn't want bread. You wanted honey or eggs. Mostly honey. Unfortunately, this is low-ground honey, and low-ground honey is really terrible. But it's not like eggs is that much better. You love honey twice as much than the eggs, so the eggs being like 1/4 more efficient or 1/3 more efficient is less good than the double goodness of the honey. So we do honey. Like that. Maybe not you then. Do we move them around with monks? The monks want honey. This wants honey. I am actually kind of okay with that idea. Yeah, I'm okay with moving them around with monks. Ah, is that a higher tech than we have? Yes. Not allowed to yet. Fine. They move with artisans for now. How's it going? It's going alright, Cal. We feed you. We feed you, which reduces our dependence on grain, which has further crushed the grain price globally. Yeah, that's about right. Yakking it up, or hardly yakking? Yakking it up. We're doing pretty well. Aside from one thing that I was mixing up butter tea with butter lamp, and being confused about, it wants me to make something I literally can't make on this map. Huh? Things have been good. And you on. Now these guys all get their honey and are happy, except you. Because we need slightly more honey. So this one is needed. Turn it on. Feed you to there. We, in theory, still need even more honey because these are eating nothing but honey. Global prices. There is... For the campaign, they've introduced the trade thing, where when you do one map, you export goods that you can then trade in on another map. But you don't revisit the old ones as far as I've... Like, you can't trade around them at will, as far as we've seen so far. We still need another honey. In fact, we would ideally like 2, but 1 will get us onto the edge of sufficiency. Yeah, overproduce it. We've done that on 2 maps now, where it says, like, trade at least this amount, We have learnt that it's better to trade as much as you can, so that on the future map you can import more if you want to. I could also diversify your food one more way as a solution, which would need us to learn about the next tech level, which means we need more monks. They're complaining about not enough bread and honey, which is reasonable, but we're about to solve that by giving fish. So we learn about tech level 2. Boom. Tech level 2, these are happy they've got honey and baths. You're happy you've got bread, honey, and baths. You're happy you've got education. This gives us tech 2, which lets us get fish, and then fish lets us solve the honey issue. But that's more workers. The workers would like a gong. Let's look where a gong would go best. Usually it's a corner like here. There looks quite good. So like there and there. That's the worker shortage dealt with. Sadly, the fish will not reach the food source. If I rationalize them into you, also no. So I'm forced to use this. Whoops, I wanted copy, not... Slightly better road. I don't want to use good road yet. Especially because we're going to need to move the fish to these guys and possibly around to the monks as well. Yeah, the monks will eat fish on this map. For the moment... a normal eating station. Fish. Fish. This one can turn off. We have enough high-level lowlander huts for the next bit of the story. Alright, what's next? We'll start catching fish and selling them. Don't we need to research more for that? Yes, but we'll work it out. We've already got to research level 2. Great, now we can start catching fish. I'll gladly buy them. Coming from such a paradise, they must be delicious. I'm sure the folks back on the volcano will love them in their diet. Yeah, so... prediction correct. The level that was like everyone wants fish but has no access to fish, we're going to teleport back there once we do some here. And those fish are going to be useful there. That means that we need a second one of these. The lazy way would be to put it right next to you for the moment. So that you don't have to yeet it very far. Yeah, it only costs you 1 to move it there. The 16 spare fish sell for an extra $100. We do, however, have more of a yak deficit now because the trading post uses yaks. So we go and make some more crappy, temporary, bad yak ones. In fact, we could move all of them over here. And we make so much hay here that we could at least do a little bit of efficient yak. One, two, three, four, five, six. That's how many efficient yak we can do. No, you need to go up. And then the other side can have road for the efficient yaks. I don't know that it's going to reach enough, we'll see. One, two, you feed that one. 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 Beautiful! And we can turn off the inefficient yak ones. Done. We get a massive worker refund, and I don't need this many of the efficient yaks, so we can even turn some of these off. One, two, three, four. It's nice to have about 8 spare. 8 spare is a good amount. Sell enough fish at the trading post. Done. Nice work. Looks like you're ready to buy back this painted cedar of yours. I wonder, do we really need it? Excuse me? Don't listen to him. He's just running his mouth. We need painted cedar to further develop our sacred knowledge in the monastery. Get to research level 5. So make the monk zone is what that's really saying. And then what are we going to give the monks? The monks can have bee in a box. They don't want fish. They do want... Oh no, they do want fish. They want fish and honey and bread. So really, they don't want to be very far away. Maybe we have a non-segregated dual housing area. They overlap on incense. They overlap on Yak Guardian. They don't really overlap on goods. We could try and wall the whole lot, right? This road here could become walling in everything. Even the normal people could be walled in. I think they should have their own zone. Even if it means needing to duplicate some of the food stuff. And it is time for that. So, do they go here, which is perhaps realistically too small for them? Do we give them the high zone, which is big enough, but not near food? This could do some fishing, and it could do some grain, and then they could do their own honey up here. I kind of like that. It's not like they care about baths. That means we need to get here. No matter what, we're blocking off one fishing spot. Yeah. Stinky monks? Stinky monks. Where do I want the elevator? I probably want it up as high as possible. A lot of bridges. Alright. Technically we can push the monks over there now. So... it's not like there's any resources up there that we care about. So basically box in the whole region. Gonna be a bit lazy and do it with overly straight lines for some of it. We can expand out those bits if we need to. Maybe leave a little bit down there for potentially food. Okay. You kind of want two education things. Let time pass and money reaccrue to pay for all those walls that we just built. While we work out about moving you. Okay. Now, can we get a nice view of both of these at the same time? We can. So it won't need 6 separate moves. It will just need one bulk move and one precision move. Some of them are a bit harder to aim than others. Pause. Good. fiddling. Alright. Food place. Tax office. Lovely. Alright, now they're happy about being in a box. They are also happy about being in range of education, but only some of them. Yeah, some of this wall does need to go out. Fortunately, more micro. Oh, I thought I got the sizing right. No, I didn't. Well, sucks to be me. Okay, that's... At least most of you are in range of that now. Yeah. That'll do for the moment. We need to give them food, which means we need more artisans. So now you are the priority. Level them up or get more of them. Yak races would do a lot for them. And we've already got the tech. Probably over here, because it's the furthest away from the baths. Okay, that makes everyone happy, except that our lack of yaks, but we can solve that. We have all of this backfilling, like pre-built extra yaks. Good. Level 2 everyone. That's enough artisans for a goodly while. That has increased the eating of honey. So we get one more honey. Also increased the eating of bread, but... oh no, it hasn't, I'm wrong. It's increased the eating of fish, though. We're now selling fewer fish. Let's time pass and some money accrue. That's enough artisans that we don't mind doing the fishing for these guys and setting up their wheat. I need to know how far you reach. There. You eat fish. That's half-ish of them level 2. They would like honey and bread. And a gong. A gong there is very logical. Because it gets to go around the corner there. There seems somewhat alright. Actually, there's probably even nicer. Okay. Now, do we use this, or do we use the other one as our solution? Well, first let's give them their bread. So... alright. You. 1, 2, 3, 4. Damn it, 1 square off. Oh, I can't win that. So I think we do like that. Maybe even one more. The monks need a distribution center. The space here is for their Amazon center eventually. Bread. The monks smell so bad from not bathing that we sent them to the other side of the mountain. Okay, and then we have way too much fish. We can turn off, like, almost all of that. 2 is good. 2 is good because it means less fiddling with ratios for now. Yeah, eventually we can fiddle with the ratios and give them their honey as well. So that's enough monks. We've got enough artisans. We can import the cedar. I guess the answer then is, where do we want the monastery to go? And I kind of want it to go like there, or I guess there. Yeah, there. However, it's not powered until it has its cedar. Six is the magic number. Tech will go up, so we turn off the tech that we get from the temple. We have slightly not enough yaks. We go turn off more of our hyper-efficient yak zone. Or reactivate it, more accurately. Done. That hasn't made anyone pissed about we're not giving them enough of their needs. Surprised you don't reach that one. That's slightly awkward. Maybe we shove, like, mandala there? They do want a mandala. One there and one there. Mandala and praying place and cheese and honey would let us upgrade them. We could expand the road slightly east too, like that way. This one. Get this one happening here. East? That way? But that's too far from the... Oh, you mean move this to here instead. Like that. Needs to still be connected. This fits 4. Then we have not enough bread, and that is when we say diversify. So, now diversifying, we were going to give you honey and cheese, we say. Cheese works well because of the textile. So we could set up a cheese and textile thing here. We kind of wanted to maybe reserve textiles for here because of the river. But really, I don't think we're going to use... Yeah, I think that wall can probably pull in and we can fit what I want down here. So... That's going to use more yaks. We should go turn on the yaks. It's also going to use more workers, so I should go produce some slightly more workers. In fact, that really means I need more workers right now. Would these guys be unhappy? They wouldn't be in range of the bath happy, but they would still exist and be mostly happy. They'd be happy enough that a gong would fix most of their wants. So let's just do a bit more. The bath also says do a bit more here, as does that gong. It's one odd square. You don't happen to want praying places, do you? No. I'd probably pull that in one then. I don't know what we put there. That works. Now you want more honey. Sure, one more honey. That bath has surprisingly good range. I should maybe connect there, which then says that we cheese you out of the way a bit. Like that. There. Ah, but the food won't get there. Let's pretend that I built a road here. If I move the taxman there, that kind of works. Although the taxman doesn't reach there, but I don't think he reached there from here either. Yeah, pretty much no. And that actually encourages that to be the correct size. No, but then we're wasting a space in there. No. Go back to where you were. How are we going to do this? Do you need decorations? No. Nor do you need anything other than a mandala. This could be the mandala space. So could that. Although that looks really good. The only way that's bad is if we need to do more fishing later. there's still tons of space for more fishing. So many options. I kind of like there and there. And then maybe the Yak Guardian is there, and maybe another Yak Guardian in the corner. Although realistically we should be optimizing for the Yak Guardian in the middle because it needs more workers. So these should be the ones that we allow to be weird. No, that doesn't touch enough. I really do quite like that. Okay. And then like one here. Gets most everyone. Or there? Or maybe 3? There and there? Maybe even 3. More honey. It is slightly silly doing it like that, but it does also just work. Okay. These ones are unhappy with no baths. The only thing they want is the super fancy tapestry, which is probably not happening. So there's a case to be made for shoving these here until we gain access to that, because at least then they're in range of the bath. And I think we're now at a high enough level that we can think about at least basic good road around the Central Sound Square. That gets the taxman a bit further. It gets the bath a bit further. The overlap of food and bath to there is nice. Okay. That's given us a whole bunch of workers to work with again. Then we turn around here, and we were turning that into... what for you? More bread. No, we were turning that into cheese and textile. So... See ya. Got to watch the footy. Have a nice time. I'm going to have a nice time with this. It's nice and relaxing. So. Cheese and textiles. That means an Amazon center. It means a road out of here. And let's look at how we're going to do this. Textile, 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 textile. 4 is probably plenty. 1, 2, 3. We hope 4. And then how do we possibly squeeze in the cheese? With great difficulty. Well then, maybe we change the way we're doing this. And we have these against the wall. Yeah, that's a lot more compact. And then the cheese. Look at that, that works so much nicer. Okay. You supply that one. Ah, you don't actually touch this. What if we give you double road? Then you do work. You touch that one. You. None of them are going to touch this one. You and that one can swap. Done. And then we need a yeeting station. Just slightly too far. We need 2 eating stations, actually. But that would work, and then we could also have that road, which is a hideous chunk of road, but... if you and you can swap... which you can... so you do that one. You do that one. You do that one. And you do that one. Beautiful. The only problem is now you don't touch this. What if we erased these, move you over, moved you to here, and built that bit of road? That works. Now we don't need anywhere near so much of any of the foods because we produce more types of food. Okay, we do have an artisan deficit from yeeting all this stuff around, so we go deal with that. Food doesn't quite get there. We upgrade to at least basic advanced road. Though actually there works as well. Here isn't currently... God damn it. Thank you. Good. And all of this edge. No excess fish anymore. So some local fish would be nice. Some more slightly nicer road. Some more slightly nicer road. Even more. There we go. That restores the fish surplus. It would need to be there. Which can be done. Alright, we can... Jump, jump, jump. Get some extra basic fishing here without too much trouble. Now we have plenty of excess fish. You don't need to export that at all. Though it is still preferable to fill that than selling it. That's definitely enough artisans again. Unpause, let time pass, let money accrue. So what's your issue? Your issue is not enough honey. Fixed. Your issue is still not enough honey. Fixed. Giving these guys an extra type of food would help a lot. But eggs are barely... like, they're not very effective. They are slightly better than the honey. It's at least true. Done. We can turn off the excess, which also means we now have honestly not that much more of an excess of this. Doing it for that little. Okay, can we get more of you in? Unfortunately not in range of the bath. This is, that is. Not enough honey again. Alright, modest surpluses of all the food types. A lot of excess... Ooh. Not a lot of excess fish there. I'm wrong. Yeah, using all of that fish. Oh, because it isn't also doing anything else. Is it worth paying to export you? Let's find out. An extra $100? Can I go from here to there? No. I was hoping to create a shorter route there. I can create a shorter route there. But I'd rather keep that space available for more fishing in the future. This is using a large number of artisans. Okay, what about... if we turned it into a yak one? Minus 14 yaks for $300. I mean, I have a little basic yak that we can make, and we aren't making this into yak yet, even though we've got hay production. We could have 2 of them here. There. That all just works. And now I think we are good to... In theory, we could make a second one of these. If we did that, what would I do? I would move you to here. I want to say put the other one down there. Ah, you're going to need a thingamajig. Ah, stop. We need this. You need to give all of it to that. There. That works. It's expensive, the extra cedar. Not gonna claim it's not expensive. I feel so inspired! Maybe you can explain why this mountain is shaped like a giant fish. It's simple. Circumstantial evidence suggests the world is a disc mounted on four turtles moving through space and time. And the turtles have to eat. And why not giant fish? We should get back to developing the settlement. Give these guys at least basic fancy road. Now Taxman reaches everyone. They would like Praying Place and Yak Guardian. Yak Guardian is easy enough to do. Almost reaches everywhere if we go up to truly fancy road around the center square. I think we're then done. Except that I undid you, that's my bad. That gives enough space for some more houses. We need to move this wall slightly further back. Then we can fit even more. That's so nice. Okay. Why do we need walls? Because the monks want to live in a temple complex. That's just what Tibetan temple things are like. They have walls, apparently. You don't need them, it just makes the monks extra happy, in the same way that you don't need any, like... There's no single thing you need, but every little thing contributes to their happiness. Slightly more fish, they say. Or can we give you an extra food type? Yes, honey, no. Undo these. I don't want these. These are annoying. Honey is more likely to be useful. It would be lovely if we could fit the honey up here, but we can't. I think we have to live with inefficient honey. Basically perfect. Provide citizens with access to a praying space. They say, even with the extra honey now, you've just upgraded so many monks that you need more basic bread. Technically, I can live without that corner. That corner doesn't actually do anything we care about. Damn it, I thought that was going to let us squeeze in that. Well, that also doesn't do anything we care about. We can fit the bread. Grain, grain, grain. In. For there. For there. Surplus of 11. We could save a fair few workers then by turning off like 3 out of 4 of those. Okay. Give people praying spaces. The monks would like praying spaces. So let's look at doing that. Obviously there. Obviously there. That even gets some of them up to level 3. Okay, have 20 houses at level 3, done. And what are you doing here? Aren't you offended or something? I'm above such nonsense. However, I come to communicate to you that after supporting this journey of yours for so long, we want some of the money back. The Deputy Minister of Culture is throwing an epic banquet. I'm sure you understand. It has nothing to do with your previous encounter. Nothing at all. What a cow! Relax, there are gold veins here. I'm sure we'll manage. Start minting. Okay. We left this space. We've got the yaks. We don't quite have enough lowlanders. A couple more lowlanders would be nice. So... it's also time we give you hyper nice... here, although, good lord... assistance from the capital, minus 800. Oh. You can squeeze. One more there. Apparently you are too far away from gongs and so forth. Fine. Done. Money still go up. Only just barely. That's enough extra workers that we can set up the gold mining. Do we need to do that? We could just do each one locally, actually. Yeah. Screw that, we don't need you. Explode. We do need a redistributor, because each one of these powers 2. Done. And then again. Yeah. Ah, we need a road? True. Okay. Negative yak workforce is crippling us, but gold income from minting is anti-crippling us. See, it wasn't that bad. We can maybe finally get back to the volcano. Before that, we need to export more food. Trade much more fish, says the game. So we'll move this to... Well, we'll move you to here. You to here. We will fix our lack of yak. With a just for yak zone. One, two there. 1, 2 there. We still need to do that twice more, really. One, 2 there. 1, 2 there. Oh, wrong one, my bad. There. Lack of yak dealt with. We need slightly more peasants. Slightly more. It's probably enough to power the extra fishing spots. Wait. And if we give you a gong... Also, you don't have your Yak Guardian yet. Yeah, let's fix that. You're all happy with Yak Guardian. Slightly more honey. Good lord, the amount of honey that we make. We only do 27 fish though. We apparently need a lot more. I think this can... How far do you reach? Not far enough. I kind of want to blow this up. Blow that up. We move that here. We move that road there. And then this can be the yeeting post. All of this fish goes to here. all of that fish there. 60 fish out of the 40 we were meant to do. Can we squeeze in any extra? We could do some here and transport it by yak. We would need a slight amount of extra yak. One, two there. That gives us enough yak. These two fishings can turn on. We want slightly even more fishing. We want that to go to a yak center. Move you over a bit. Move you over a bit so that this can have a road. You yeet to there, it's short distance, and then these all go to here, and then you go all the way around the mountain to turn it into 100 sold fish. We have collapsed the fish economy. But that has bankrupted our yaks. So badly. This uses 62 yaks. Maybe not. Can we work out a way of building some more yaks then? But that's enough workers to try and generate some more yaks, so go for it. No, I think it still needs to be there. That's 1, 2 to you. 1, 2 to you. Does that give us enough yaks that this doesn't kill us? Yes, technically, but there's also another solution. There is another, less stupid solution. Just make another trading post. Done. Now we're short 14 of you, which we can fix pretty easily. We never even ended up giving them any goods. Why did the trading price lower? Oh, I'm buying so much, my dear. I can't offer you better prices before you start buying it back. You don't expect me to make a loss, do you? Alright, let's sell some food then. Sell Sampa. I can do this. Demolishing the fish stock of the tiny river? Yes. This river is going to get mined for all the salmon that try and go up the waterfall. Okay, so now all of this... we would like a yeeting spot. And then we wouldn't like it to go very far, honestly. Less distance, the better. Because it's already causing a crippling lack of artisans. What's sampa? It's kind of like barley bread. Oh, you can't go there. Why can't you go there? I feel like that should work. Yeah, there we go. Squeezes in a couple more. We're technically non-negative. You want more honey. That is possible, though difficult. You're using so many. I know, we're using a lot of artisans moving the honey, I understand. Some more of these. There. There. I could logical move that road up one. If it gets to there, it very possibly gets to there. Yes, but then slightly more honey. Okay. That feedback loop dealt with, but we actually need slightly more artisans for our... We need to squeeze in a little bit more. So what we'll do is we will instead get our road to be here. Fill that road. I think that will let us do a couple more there. Everything seems instant? Yes. There's no, there's no walker system, there's no slow over time flow of goods. The only thing that's flow over time is the accruing of money. When you unpause, money slowly accrues at a rate determined by your balance thing. So if your balance is hugely negative, it will drain quickly. If your balance is very positive, it will go quickly. The only other thing that's money or time-based is if you have the avalanche levels, and you've got the building that digs away the snow. That takes time. What was it? It was sell more bread. That is not enough. But I'm not going to have the people for working more. Can I get these to level up? If I gave them meat or incense or butter tea. How hard is it to give you butter tea? Impossible. We can give you incense. That isn't strictly impossible. Like one nice central shrine would do almost all of you. I have the monks for running an incense business. So, herbalist, incense maker, 2 of these because we're in the crappy zone for making logs. Well, making cedar logs. You feed this, you both feed that. We get a yeeting station. We replace, we said you. With an incense. Shrine. Boom. We actually give you the incense. Not enough minerals, not enough incense. Do another. Okay. But now you... Why did something else go away before you were about to be happy enough for that? The other option is cheese, smoked meat, butter tea. It's definitely not going to be meat. Yeah, we can't do meat. We could do some cheese. It would need to be like 16 cheese. Pause for this. 6, 12, 18. 6, 12, 18. Eating station. Butter tea sounds excellent for a hard-working Sherpa. Yup. There. And that means now that the amount of... Yeah, we've got some surplus bees again. We can disable some bees. We don't really have surplus eggs. We can upgrade all these. But then suddenly we need more bees again. You're using a stupid amount of artisans to move this honey, I understand. That means we want even more cheese now. Perfect, the perfect amount of cheese. You don't get access to the Yak Guardian. We could extend the nice road a little bit. You don't get access to the bath. We could extend the nice road a little bit. Really? Yeah, that gets you the bath. You don't have a gong. That can move back a square and we can shove a gong. We could build a road on the other side so they also get a gong on this side. You don't get access to the bath. So we hyper efficiency corridor the bath to the center zone. That means new shortage of more cheese and even more honey. We have reached our honey limit. No, that is now the honey limit. One more cheese. Hmm. No, we can make that work. We do that. We build that road. Then we can squeeze one more of you. One more of you. Done. We now have all the workers we need to make the extra bread. We're not going to be able to get you happy. And there's basically nowhere to squeeze more of you in. We could give you nicer roads. We're rich enough for that. So if we efficiency up the center square, and then semi-efficiency up you, and even a little bit more, and even a little bit more, and more, and more, that finally gets you your food. See if we move you away. This still touches basically everyone from down here, but gives us space for a whole nother row of houses. People are willing to go a long way to the Colosseum, well, the Yak Hippodrome. Okay, that gives us the artisans that I feel happy with what we're going to need to do for this, which was one here. Zero surplus. Yeah, I guess that is zero surplus. You, and you. 30, but we needed 40, so... There, 8 more. We'll need 2 flour mills. That's them working. We need 1 more yak, possibly 2. Let's just do 2. We're yak surplus again, and then we need a way of selling it. So... Oh, bugger, we're off by 1. Fine. Put it down there. Make a local yeeting station. Actually, no, it reaches that without the yeeting station. Yeeting station off. Done. Or actually, we got to do it like this. And we turn both on. Would have been the way to do it. Okay. Perfect! We got what we've come here for. Let's get back and flood our citizens with food. And then we go back to the place that everyone wanted fish, but there was no way to fish. And now we'll be able to give them fish with the excess fish we had here. But I think that makes a very sensible place to cut. So we will continue Smothered Flame next time. For now, it is peace. I hope you've had a lovely time. I have. It's been nice and relaxing. See you then.